Hello and welcome to the first Halloween stream of this year. Oh, there. I missed a little skeleton over here. Which one are you? No, not this one. Go away. There we go. Silly little skeleton. How are you all doing? As you can see, I changed the decoration of the stream again. It's pretty much the same as last year, just the Skelly-mans doing a little dance. Some spider webs. Oh, sticky. And I changed the lighting a little bit to make it extra spooky. I hope you like it this way. Or you're terrified. Either way. So, the plan for this stream is going to be to, well, as the title suggests, gonna make the painting for the current art prompt, which is about spooky weather. So, as you can guess, it's I'm gonna paint some clouds again because that's the only thing I do. But I have an interesting idea for it, which is kind of silly but also very spooky. Oh, kitty, how are you doing? If you're wondering why the frame rate of the kitty cam is so low, it's just simply because the light that I'm using for the kitty cam right now is kind of causes a weird flickering, and also it's not a lot of light, so just lower the frame rate to improve that. That's all. But yeah, so I'm gonna do the painting, and also I had an idea. So I've been looking at my past streams and I noticed that I've been kind of streaming less and less. I mean, not like in terms of number of streams, but in terms of lengths of individual streams. And it takes a lot of time and effort to set everything up, and so if I only stream for like 3 hours, it doesn't feel like it's worth it. So I'm gonna aim for streaming again for at least 5 hours. But I know that often at times my stamina is not really enough. Kitty, what is it? You're complaining again because I'm talking. Is that so? Is that so? Meow meow. I'm going back. Okay. Little boo. What are you doing? What are you doing with the camera? Are you billing? Are you billing? Are you being silly again? Where are you going? Come up here? Come up here? Okay. This camera is so much brighter. It has more light, I guess. Let's see. Can I make it? Maybe change the settings for this camera too. Ooh, now it's dark. More gain or more exposure, which is like... Okay, don't want to have more exposure, but a little bit of more gain is good. Look at this. This is fine. There we go. Otherwise it ruins the spooky vibe. You gotta look scary. Gotta look scary, kitty. Come on. Can I make you more green? Ooh, you're green. Kitty, ooh. Evil. Evil kitty, no. Alright. Well, in order to like kind of make it a bit more enjoyable for me to stream again. Enjoyable is not the right word, but I don't know, like help myself have more stamina, more endurance. I'm gonna play some games during my streams again. I'm not gonna do gaming streams, but instead I'm just gonna, you know, do some little breaks in between and play a game for like at most half an hour or so. That means I cannot really do story-based games or something like that because, you know, it takes a little bit more time to get into those. So more likely I'm gonna play some games that are very short. Not, what's the right word? You can enjoy them for short periods of time. That's what I mean. So I'm gonna play some roguelikes, for example. And I picked one out that I already had in my library for quite a while. I've been looking through it, and I noticed I have Wizard of Legend, which is a roguelike, which is also pretty good from what I've seen and heard. And I wanna try it. It's gonna be the first time that I play it, so I'm probably gonna suck. But it's gonna be fun, I'm pretty sure. And I mean, it's not really spooky, but it probably has monsters and skeletons in it, so I don't know, like it's kind of works maybe. I've been thinking about maybe also playing Crypt of the Necrodancer again. Like last year when I had this extra spooky mod that makes everything even scarier looking. But I'm not really that much in the mood for playing Crypt of the Necrodancer, to be honest. I played it already so much. I don't know, I'm kind of burned out about this game. But yeah. Hey Leah, how you doing? Glad to see you. So I'm gonna switch over to drawing. I darkened the background of this drawing already, so it's not like super wide in your face. It kind of fits more into the dark setup right now, the Halloween setup. I'm doing alright. How about you? Hope everything is going well. Alright. Oh yeah, also my music is now my Halloween my Halloween playlist. Still from last year when I had a lot of Luigi's Mansion music, but I also added some new songs because I've just stumbled upon them when I was going through OC Remix and gathered a bunch of music from my normal playlists. I also encountered some Halloween stuff, so yeah. Oh yeah, before I start drawing, maybe let me explain what I'm actually planning on doing. What drawing pen do I use? Or tablet? I'm using a Wacom Cintiq Companion 2. If you wonder, you can also look up that kind of information in this Google Docs link here, where I just basically answered a couple of frequently asked questions. Nightbot is normally a little bit slow, but there we go. And there you find also information about my hardware, my software, and all that stuff. So, yeah, so where do I have it? Luigi. Where do I have it again? Also, I switched over to OBS from Streamlabs OBS to just normal OBS, and I have to get used to it. So far it's been working totally fine. Also, switching has been really easy, so very surprisingly. It was just import and bam, everything was already there, so that was great. No, what? So, I want to... I gotta have it here. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Okay. I gotta set up a shortcut for it or something like that. Okay, so I've shown this off several times. This is my reference picture collection of clouds. Different kinds of clouds. I collected a lot of pictures. Went through a lot of them already. And the type of cloud that I want to go for this particular painting are these interesting ones. The Mammatus clouds. So they look very interesting. From what I understand, they normally form together with cumulonimbus clouds or with hurricanes. Something like that. I don't really know much about them yet. I can't really tell you how they're forming and where they normally form. But they look very interesting, very weird. And so I kind of want to paint those, but even scarier looking. And I already have an idea. There's different versions there. You can see like a cumulonimbus cloud, a huge one, or like maybe it's supposed to be the wall of a hurricane, the incoming wall, and you see this kind of bulbous textures forming at the bottom of this kind of mushroom cloud. Very interesting, very cool looking. And here in sunsets, or in the dark. And this is like especially... I'm probably gonna go mostly for those references, because these night pictures already look very scary. So yeah, I mean, of course, they are most likely very overexposed and stuff, so it's not like that's exactly how they look like in nature when you go outside, but still. Kitty, what are you doing? Still squeezing. You can't calm down, huh? Kitty. Leave the camera alone. Okay, so first of all, we're gonna need to make a sketch. Let me turn this off. And I want to have something like kind of like a vortex in the sky. So there is going to be kind of like a hole in the sky, a large one, and it's kind of a, it's curving up. Like, so maybe. Oops. Not what I wanted to do. Sometimes happens when I just catch the border of some kind of window and just expand it. So kind of like this, I suppose. Maybe. So there are gonna be these clouds, these bulbous clouds. They're kind of like curving upwards, like so. I'm gonna just give you an indication of how it would curve. Sorry. So then I'm gonna have this kind of hill, shorter than that. I'm also trying to get the composition right, so this sketching phase is gonna be very important. Making important decisions here. And the idea is that there's gonna be a small child. And it has a knife. Oh no. It's reaching out for the sky. What is it doing? And there's this kind of like weird ritual platform with stuff and I don't know. I'm gonna decide later what what there will be. Probably it's also gonna be a bit smaller. I don't know, like this. And from the sky comes a skeleton hand. A huge skeleton hand. I don't know how to best sketch him out, so let's look at this here. It's gonna get a bit larger because it's reaching towards us. So it was a bit smaller still. And I'm gonna have to use my own hand in order to kind of like guess. Looking at the wrong hand. Very professional. The skeleton hand is probably gonna be quite complicated for me. This stream I'm not gonna focus on the skeleton hand, I'm gonna tell you. So, it has something in its fingers. And it's just gonna reach over a pumpkin. Just a little pumpkin. Over to that little child. That's all. That's just it. It's just a little gift, you know? Nothing scary about it. Nothing at all. Don't mind the ritual and the huge skeleton hand and the spooky looking sky. It's just a friendly skeleton giving a pumpkin to a little child. So it can carve it out. You know? And then some extra fingers are kind of like curved around here and there. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really know all too well how to draw hands. Which is, well, I have that in common with a lot of people. I just don't have the practice with it. Forget about the other fingers for now. They're not important. Some kind of like a little witch hat. And probably some spooky looking trees. Okay. I'm gonna think a bit more about this part of the drawing here. I'm not too sure how I'm gonna decorate it, as to say. But as I said, today I'm mostly gonna focus on the sky, on the clouds and everything, and it's probably gonna take me a while. Because it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very unusual for me. I'm gonna turn off this part of the sketch, just focus on this thing. But first of all, the question of the colors. What kind of colors do I want to go for, and how do I want to combine them? So my idea is I want to mostly go for some purple and green. Let's see. I'm gonna go with the brighter color at first, because as we looked at the references, it's kind of like the background color. And I'm gonna show it again. There. When we look at this picture, for example, so what I can do is I'm gonna go for the brighter color at first, and then paint over it with the darker color and make this kind of round shapes. That is the easier way than to go the other way around and start with the darker color and then kind of like try to do these outlines with the brighter color. It's a bit more awkward. So I'm gonna go the other way around. So now the question is also how I'm gonna combine these two colors. These are already two colors that work pretty well with each other. Purple and green in general works pretty well, so it's a good color combination. But I'm not so sure how I want to combine them. I could like go for like a vortex shape like this, but that is probably a bit complicated. So maybe the closer it is to the middle of this vortex here, the greener it looks, and then it progressively goes more towards the purple. So I'm gonna mix the two colors together. Let's go for a better mixing method there. Let's do this here. There we go. Put these colors down here for now. Happened again. Ah, god damn it. In the center it could be like extra bright and shiny. It's right there where all the evil energy comes from. Ooh, scary. trying to figure out the colors for the faraway clouds. Not so sure how I'm gonna do them yet. So far it kind of like looks like a sci-fi alien background. There's gonna, the UFO is gonna come out from this hole. Something like that. So far so good. Let's blend this a little bit. I don't have to be accurate, all that accurate yet. Maybe I'm gonna make these colors a bit brighter, because again, they're supposed to be the brightest parts of these mammothous clouds. Let's see. Just a tiny bit, yeah. Gonna give it some wavy texture. I don't know. Should I separate them into two layers or not? Maybe I should. Let's see. What I could do is make the second layer set it to multiply. Let's see. Well, nah, it's probably not gonna work. Let's start with an easier area, like over here. Better start just with the rough shapes at first, I think. And then give them more detail. So these clouds, these kind of like bulbous shapes, are not always like perfectly separated from each other, but sometimes they are in these kind of strings and they have different sizes and kind of like connected to each other. It's just a little puzzle that I'm gonna assemble, just however I see fit. And I'm leaving out these gaps in between. They're gonna shine through. I should definitely go for larger shapes, otherwise there are gonna be too many details and I will work on this forever. Don't wanna do this mistake. Let me just paint out a small area. I'm gonna try to render it a little bit and see how I can make it work. Quite how I want them to look like. Oh, but I just do the arches. Is it quiet? Well, it's up to you how much you want to talk. Don't feel forced to talk. You want to just lurk and relax? It's totally fine. I'm just concentrating a little bit here, because I want to figure out how to do this, and once I figure out a good technique, I'm just gonna do that and just go with the flow, and it's gonna be much easier. That's just a difficult first step here. Still not too happy with it, I'm gonna be honest. Or I'm gonna paint on the same layer, and maybe that's gonna make it a bit easier for me. You're sleepy. Might also be that the background is not sufficiently bright yet. Let me make a correction layer over here. Also, let me actually. Okay, now I put this here. So, gotta take this off. It has gotten a little bit cold over here. But of course, during the stream, I'm gonna always getting hot. Let's make it really bright. Let's see. I'm again working on a different layer. Maybe I'm gonna draw these kind of strings. They're overlapping each other. Kind of quite jittery and stuff. How about that? I guess the song has a long pause at the end. Weird. Okay. Okay. Meow. Heck you. Leave the camera alone, please. Silly boo. Dong. So I'm drawing these lines thicker where they are, well, where the clouds are thicker, that is. Yeah. And then I want to smudge it out. Let's see what I can achieve. I think slowly but surely we're getting somewhere. It's just how my work goes. Whenever I try to learn something new, I just have to experiment around and figure out the technique that works for me, and then develop that technique. And then eventually I can explain it to others, but gotta start somewhere. And after all, I don't really have a teacher. I mean, I could try to look up a tutorial for how to draw Mammatus clouds, but something tells me, I'm not gonna find anything. I think this effect is actually looking good. I want this very strong contrast, so this is kind of black color I'm working with here. Hako, where are you going now? I think Hako wants to initiate a kitty break, huh? Let me work a little bit more, huh? How about that? Let me get a little bit more done. And then... So yeah, I'm definitely gonna have a kitty break And then probably the next break after that is gonna be a gaming break. Gonna be gamers. So how about that then? I think this works pretty well. So that's nice. And having it separated means that I can make the background glowier or less glowier depending on what I want. That's good. Later I could add an extra layer to make it even glowier looking, but we'll get there. Right now this is mostly about establishing the shapes, and this is already a good way. So imagine everything being covered in this kind of like very black color. So the finished painting is gonna look very dark. Only this part is gonna be very bright, and then maybe also like the ritual circle is gonna be bright. We'll see. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do, let's build upon that. Just gonna change the colors to straight up dark gray. So, and let's turn on the sketch again. Let me actually, there we go. I can see it better. And then I'm gonna draw these strings. They're curving around. It's a little bit laggy. I'm also working with a very large resolution, so there's bound to be some lag. But it's not too bad right now. Also, I'm looking right now at the YouTube chat, and there, where you write your chat message in, it says "say something." ... And it's weird that YouTube writes something like that in there. It's kind of like, it kind of sounds desperate. Like, say something, please, say something, anything. Who knows? It might actually work. Oops. A lot of these especially old game OSTs are perfect for a Halloween playlist like this, because the quality doesn't really matter all that much. It's just, it's supposed to sound spooky and silly, and a lot of games, especially back then, just nailed it, and I love it. There's also a thing, I was thinking about playing some old games in between for breaks. You know, games that I also have nostalgia for and stuff. But right now it's Halloween month, so wasn't really able to come up with any good ideas that are also good for like very short periods. But in the coming months, maybe I would like to play some, for example, some racing games again. Especially I've been really in the mood for playing Wave Race 64 and F-Zero X. Love those games. I've been kind of in the mood for playing these games ever since my birthday, actually, which is a while ago when I did the BizHawk Shuffler. That kind of like, I always say kind of like, way too often. That shuffles the games around randomly after a certain period of time, and that's a lot of fun. And I played a bunch of racing games back then. And ever since then, I've been wanting to play them more. So, and also to explain to you what the idea is gonna be for the next step. So, I'm just gonna establish those shapes and then I will paint some faces into them that kind of look like damned souls dripping from the sky. It's probably gonna look even glowier like that. I'm gonna make a glow effect probably too. Something like that. You get the idea, and I'm gonna do that for all of these big shapes. Well, that's gonna be a lot of fun. But yeah, at first I gotta paint the shapes. But yeah, also, I added a new alert, a new donation alert. And this is not me saying right now, okay, please donate to me in order to see it. I'm just gonna show it to you, because I like it and it's silly and I wanna show it off. For that I have to go over to Streamlabs. Give me a second here. Okay, nations. Alert variation. So right now I have 2 different alerts for the nations. I know. So many already. We have the Happy Yoshi that I made quite a while ago, and the new one is this one here. And I have to mute the... There we go. Oh dear. Well, we're all doomed. That is it. I just noticed that the Halloween decoration was in the way, so I kind of ruined it a little bit. Let's just play it again. Come on, let's play it again because I really like it. There's the kitty. There's the kitty. Here it is. Oh no. I really like it. Okay, turn on music again. One thing is just I have to manually turn off the music every time this would play. Maybe there is some kind of way to make it automatically turn off my music and then turn it back on again once it's done. But I have no idea how to do that, and it's probably gonna take me a while to figure that out. So yeah. Let me just quickly jump over here to check. Yeah, okay. Alright. That's fine. So where's the kitty? No, she's not here. Oh well. Now she isn't here when I'm about to take a break pretty soon. Maybe she'll come back in time. We'll see. There's the kitty. Look at her. Meow meow. Meow. What is it? Also, it's been a while since the last time I streamed, and in between, a lot of stuff happened with Twitch. Pretty crazy stuff. First of all, there was all this hate rate stuff going on. I mean, the last time I streamed it was also already was going on, but one of the changes was that Twitch finally came up with a tool to fight it, at least a little bit better, and now they're for example, in my chat, only people that followed for long enough or have a phone verification for their account can chat, and that is pretty good. This makes it a lot harder for those spam bots and hate bots to do their stuff. Kitty, now you're over here. Oh, yeah. Beetje vlucht. So yeah, that has been going on, and I mean, I still see a lot of follow bots. Like the names over there, and let me reset this because now there are the test donations. Event list, there we go. Set this. There we go. Probably like all of those names that are showing up there, or at least most of them, are just some kind of follow bots that followed me at some point while I was offline. I do not recognize these names, and I don't know, they seem pretty random to me. If you are one of those and you're not an actual bot, then please don't be offended. I of course didn't mean you in that case. But yeah. I don't understand the point of it other than just being a troll. Because they're not even gaining any money from it or anything like that. These accounts don't have anything on them, like links or something. At least as far as I know. I'm not really checking all of them, to be honest. Probably shouldn't check them, because who knows? They're gonna register that you were in their chat and on their channel, and then they're gonna target you even more. Who knows? Don't want to deal with that. I imagine if somebody comes in and looks at this, they're gonna wonder, what is this supposed to be? It doesn't look very obvious yet, I do admit. It will take a while. That's okay. And yeah, the other thing that happened with Twitch, which made huge news, was the hack that was going on. Where somebody just extracted all of the data, all of the web data about Twitch and user information, all that stuff. It's not even clear yet how much actually has been extracted, because still people are still going through all of that data that has been made public. Just there's a torrent, anybody can download it and basically have Twitch. Well, it's not that easy, of course, but yeah. And that's wild. Also goes to show, like, that, well, Twitch hasn't really been very good with its security, apparently. If somebody can just take their time and download over 200 gigabytes of data just like that, without any sort of alarm system going off. So yeah. And that's been great. So I also resetted my password. I already had two-factor authentication turned on, so that was already a thing. The stream key has been automatically resetted for everybody at this point. So there's also that. And it's just, I'm not really worried about my channel. I mean, I reset my password and stuff, so it's fine. It's supposed to be fine. And especially since I have two-factor authentication, it really should be fine. That stuff is pretty safe. But yeah, I mean, there also has been a lot of interesting data coming out, especially about the income of some Twitch streamers, especially the top Twitch streamers, which is wild. I mean, I knew already that they are making a lot of money, but I didn't know that they made that much money, and just from Twitch alone. That's the thing. I thought that they're gonna be really fucking rich because of brand deals and stuff like that. But no, it's also because of Twitch, because Twitch apparently is just paying them a lot of money. It just isn't just okay. It isn't just subs and bits that they make their Twitch money from. Definitely not, or the ads. They have some kind of deals going on. And it makes me so frustrated, because they're just, the majority of the money that they use for streamers in order to pay streamers goes to just the top 1% or even the top 0.1%. And they get those extra deals. They get like a bigger share from the subs. Like everybody normally only gets 50%. They get like 70% of a share. And it's so counterintuitive. Those big streamers that already make so much money make even more money, and they're just throwing even more money at them, while the small streamers barely can make a living from Twitch, or just cannot straight up, even though they already might have a consistent viewership of like 100 viewers on average and a lot of subs and stuff. They still struggle a lot. I know that from a lot of streamers that I watch, and some of them that I'm even friends with. It's really not that easy, and then you look at those numbers and it's just, you cannot possibly think that this is fair. You just can't. And I'm not talking for myself, because I myself am not gonna get anywhere with my streams. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna get successful. I'm not trying to. I mean, my stream schedule is sporadic as hell. And I'm just not really that entertaining or offer anything interesting. What I do is just, I do my work. I like this painting here, for the most part. And whenever somebody wants to hang out with me and chat, then that's cool. And if I'm just by myself, then it's fine too, because I'm still concentrating on getting some work done. And streaming is a good way for me to kind of force myself to do that. So I'm not gonna get anywhere with my streams, but I know a lot of people who are trying, and they truly deserve to make a better income from Twitch. But no, it's just makes me frustrated. It really makes me frustrated. And I don't know if it was confirmed, but I think whoever was behind that hack, that leak, seemed to have been also really frustrated with Twitch. And there was like an article that said that they have been calling Twitch a toxic cesspool. And you know, even though the hack is way too much and they're gonna hurt a lot of people, and not just the people that they deem as toxic. It's not just Twitch that they're hurting, but also the streamers, you know, and so it's too much. But I can understand their frustration. I truly can. And I would kind of agree that it is a toxic cesspool. I mean, we are right now in the art community. There's also the crafting and makers community. There's the music community. All of these people are really great. Most of the streamers are really positive and not toxic at all, and so I love those communities. But if you're going into gaming, then it is very mixed. It also, of course, depends on which gaming community. There's a huge difference between the retro gaming community and then something like, I don't know, Counter-Strike, or something like Sims. There's very large differences there. Yeah, but if you just I sometimes try to go into the chats of large streamers and see, oh, like, how does it look like over there? Why are people so drawn to those streams that already have like thousands and 10,000s of viewers? And I can't understand it. Often at times the streamers is not really I'm gonna be honest, not really that entertaining, not really that creative. Oftentimes you just have the game and the camera, and that's it. Like they don't even have a cool looking layout, they don't have cool alerts or other stuff going on. No, they're just playing their game and talking about, I don't know. So I don't get it. I just don't get it. Has it been just luck? Or maybe they have been YouTubers before and just got their audience from there. But I see so many small streamers that are really creative and really entertaining. And they're barely getting anywhere. And Twitch is not really helping all that much. Their recommendation system is crap. The recommendation system only shows mostly people that you already visited, maybe from some kind of raid or stuff like that, and they're just going, hey, you visited them, don't you want to come back there? And it also sorts by mostly by viewers, so they're more likely to recommend streamers that have more viewers, and you basically never see any streamer recommendations with viewers less than 10 people or something. You just don't see that. And so I personally am just never really interested in my recommendations because it's never something interesting to me. Also, the recommendations don't really work all too well. They only go after categories and games that you watched, and categories that you watched, but that's it. There's not any additional metadata. Like if you're, for example, interested in art streams, it's just gonna show you art streams and show you some that have a lot of viewers probably too. But not every art stream is the same, you know? If you look at the art category, there are a lot of, you know, anime girls that people draw. And I'm not condemning it or anything like that. Draw whatever you want, as long as you make art and have fun with it and be positive about it and do what you want. But if you're not really into that, like for example, I like seeing other stuff and not just anime girls. I'd like to see, you know, maybe like a landscape painter or a pixel artist or something like that, and then just have to search. And yes, I mean, again, well, how would Twitch know? Well, they would have to add more tags and even more tags in order to get that sort of metadata, because just from the stream itself, they're not gonna know. How would they? And at some point it's not worth it, or they would have to add way too many tags where it just gets confusing. So you gotta keep some simplicity, and I truly understand that. But yeah, it just means that recommendations don't really mean much, and so the small streamers especially are not gonna get anywhere. As long as you don't like have connections and you're already part of communities and, you know, they help you out and they help send people over, and or you get some friends to watch your stuff, and it's just, or you already have an audience somewhere else, like YouTube for example. Yeah, well, Twitch's system definitely doesn't have much to do with fairness, for sure. Okay. Where's the kitty right now? Now she is not here. Just as I wanted to take a kitty break. Yeah. Where are you? She's not coming. Maybe she's making a poopy or eating something. Who knows? Let's see. But it's about time that I take a break. Let's see. Let's save this. What am I gonna call this painting? I don't know. What am I gonna call this? Summoned pumpkin. A gift from another dimension. I don't know. Let's just call it this summoned pumpkin. And I can change it at any point. Of course. So. Something that I forgot to set up was when I switch over to this screen here, I don't have any preview going on that shows the painting right now, so I'm gonna do this. I could just put it up there in the corner. Add window capture. Please wait a second. Let's also add a text. Maybe this one in here. And project. There we go. Okay. Okay, good. Alright. Kitty's not here. Hasn't returned yet. Oh, no, there she is. Never mind. Here. Let's take a kitty break, shall we? Also this time the time-lapse recording is running, because last time I made a note of that. I added it to my checklist, and so I actually thought about it. I'm very proud of myself. So yeah, with all that stuff going on with Twitch and stuff, I also see a lot more streamers just getting fed up with Twitch. And often I hear they just keep on streaming on Twitch just because there's not really a realistic alternative. If they would switch over to YouTube, for example, it's just they would have to almost begin from scratch, and that's not very fun at all. And yeah, there's just not really a good alternative to Twitch, which is also the problem. Hey Ulfgar. Aw, thank you. You're drunk somewhere in London. Oh dear. At stand-up comedy. Well, enjoy your stand-up comedy show. I mean, you can't hear me, so well, let me. Oh, I wrote it in Restream chat. I didn't need to post it on both sides. Ignore the YouTube side. What? That's weird. Why do you want me to log in again? I did it two-factor authentication. It's weird, I was already logged in Twitch and now I'm not, but okay. Okay. I was able to send a message via Restream, but I wasn't logged in on Twitch anymore for some reason. And when I clicked on Twitch itself, it... oh, there we go, this is what I wanted to send. Okay, let's get back to this. Everything still looks very messy and weird, I do admit. But we're getting there. Now then, I wanted to talk about Twitch and... well, there are not really any good streaming alternatives. And well, the strongest alternative basically is YouTube, and it's still far away from being a good competitor to Twitch. And I know about it because I'm currently using YouTube, and I know how it is to stream over there. And there are just a lot of tools not available yet. They have been improving quite a lot over the past year for the streaming stuff. There have been improvements, but yeah, it's still not quite there yet. I hope that YouTube is gonna become a better streaming platform and a better competitor to Twitch, because, you know, competition is always good for us consumers, you know, and it's also gonna be good for the streamers, because not only are they gonna have more options, they also, you know, YouTube and Twitch would then fight for those streamers to stream on their platforms, and they gotta offer them some good opportunities so that they're gonna choose their platform over the other one. The spookiest of all songs. What I also don't really like about Twitch is, well, there was also another bit of news just recently, just heard of it yesterday actually. So they experimented around with a feature that enabled you to use channel points in order to give the streamer a bit of a boost. So it basically works that there's like a pool for channel points. Everybody throws their points in there, and when the goal is reached, the streamer gets a set amount of impressions, as they're called. So a set amount of recommendations. So for example, 1,000 recommendations means that 1,000 people are gonna see that stream show up in their recommendations, together with all the other recommendations, of course. So that doesn't mean that will result in a lot of views. 1,000 recommendation impressions might result in 10 views or something like that. Who knows? It also would really depend on the algorithm of Twitch and the recommendation algorithm, and we already talked about how crappy that one is. It's not like YouTube, where YouTube has a lot of information about the videos and can kind of pretty precisely show it to people who are actually interested in it. No, it is just like, there's an art stream, gonna show it to people who watched art streams. Or this is a Sims stream, and so we're gonna show it to people who also watched some Sims streams, and it's just okay. So those recommendations would not really result in much, but they only were based on channel points, and channel points otherwise are pretty worthless. So there would be actually some worth to them, other than some you know, in the stream for some kind of entertainment worth. But seems like they abandoned that idea and switched to a different one. So basically, instead of channel points, people pay for those boosts. So you pay like $1 or something like that, and then you get 1,000 impressions for the stream. And it's just, what? And it would only, according to them, it would only be available to small streamers, so streamers that have less than 250 viewers. But you already have such a shitty recommendation system going on, and you're not really trying, you don't really care about improving it to show people more small streamers. And then you're gonna go ahead and say, okay, well, look, you can change that, not us, you can change that by just paying for it. If you care about a small streamer, then pay for them, and then you can push them up. And it's just, my god, this is, and that is supposed to make things fairer? That just means that streamers that already have a lot of money, or they have fans that have a lot of money, are gonna get somewhere. And everybody else is still gonna left behind, and probably even more left behind than they already have been. Because now they are also pushed away from those quote-unquote wealthy small streamers. It's just, what are they thinking? And of course that created a large outrage among people, and very much deserved to create an outrage, because it's, what the fuck, man. And I hope they're gonna see that backlash and they're gonna understand, no, we better don't do that. But it's just one of many things that just show how greedy that company is, which is Amazon. And you don't really expect much from Amazon in the first place. But oh dear. I love the technical side of Twitch. They have so many cool features, and their tech crew is awesome, and the moderators and all. There's a cool community behind it, and the original devs and everybody, they're pretty cool. But also, let me delete this because it's actually not following the perspective really well. But the business people behind the platform that make the monetary decisions, they're scum, I'm gonna tell you. And it's not like Twitch is the only company like that, and it just goes to show, like, but Twitch, I'm gonna tell you that YouTube, for example, is all that much better. I'm also struggling quite a lot as a small YouTuber, but at least I have a chance. I wouldn't have no chance on Twitch. I mean, that is more based on the fact that I'm also not very entertaining and show interesting stuff. But There are other small streamers that would deserve it. Absolutely. Twitch just doesn't care about them, and it's just... No, pay us money in order to make it. In order to get successful. And then people are gonna invest a lot of money in order to get all those pushes and those boosts. And they would have to keep on doing that in order to somehow stay relevant. Because viewers come and go, you know? It's only rare that you have a viewer that actually stays and comes back consistently. So like, for example, you get thousands of impressions, then out of that you get 10 views maybe, and then out of those, how many are gonna be returning views? Returning people who are gonna come back to your stream in order to watch? Maybe one, maybe even less. So you paid a couple of bucks to get one extra viewer. Cool stuff. And then you probably get to the point where people are gonna feel trapped and they feel like, okay, they have to keep on investing more and more money into that machine in order to stay relevant, in order to keep it up, in order to get successful. And they see these numbers growing from those boosts and they want to have more of that. And there might be some people who develop some kind of like, I don't know, like even kind of like an addiction to it. Maybe that's not the right word, but just they get desperate. Some people are definitely prone to that. And then they're gonna throw a bunch of money in there. And they think, okay, that's gonna be enough. I'm now gonna have a lot of viewers, and they see the number growing. But then after a couple of weeks or so, it goes down to where it was, basically. And they feel like, okay, I want to have this money. I want to have these numbers back. How do I do that? I guess I have to throw more money at them, and they're gonna keep on doing it until they finally realize how Twitch is tricking them. And yeah, it's just capitalism, dude. Oh well. Getting kind of laggy right now, more so than it was before. A bit weird. Don't really know why. I remember there's still enough memory left. Well, I can still work with it.
You're sleeping. And you're so sleepy. You're so trick.
Also, I've been watching some scary movies with friends again. Since it's October. It's about that time once more. And we only watched 2 so far, but those 2 were pretty entertaining. First of all, we watched Frankenstein. The old one, the really old one, I think from the 30s or something. That was something. It was interesting because they kind of presented it more like a theater show at first. There was this well-dressed guy stepping on the stage at first in front of the camera and introducing everything and saying and warning everybody that this might get very scary, and so you better be prepared, and if you feel like you can't deal with it anymore, then you have now is your chance to leave, you know. And it was silly. Nobody does that nowadays anymore, especially for movies, so that was interesting. And and yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that that movie is old, and so what they thought were that scary, and probably was scary back then, really is very tame nowadays. Kind of more like goofy and I mean, you already look at the backgrounds, for example, of that movie, which are kind of wonky and they almost look cartoonish, at least to us. Back then, they were like, everything was a bit off, and therefore it was supposed to make the audience feel a bit uneasy, unsettled, you know? The windows are more like weird rectangular shapes that don't really have right angles, and the fences are all wonky, and the trees are very weirdly shaped, and stuff like that. And it looks very goofy to us nowadays, but I guess there wasn't really much of that kind of background work back then, and so people weren't really used to it, and everything looked kind of off, and so maybe it seemed scarier for them? I don't know. I really don't know, that's the thing. I don't know how spooky it was for people back then. And if they peed their pants back then, or they also mostly found it kind of silly. But yeah, a lot has changed. A lot has changed. Last year we also watched Dracula, an old Dracula movie, I think also from the 30s or maybe 40s, I don't exactly remember. And that one was also pretty silly. It was entertaining to watch, this is the thing. And like you can watch it and just laugh about it. And it's fun together with friends, you know? But boy oh boy, it's just a lot of it is very outdated. Like often, well, with those kind of old movies, outdated also means that there's some stuff that is kind of iffy. You got a lot of sexism going on and stuff like that, so But also in terms of movie making, there's just stuff that people haven't really figured out yet back then. Or the music. We made fun of the old Dracula music because it was just playing chords, just and that was supposed to be scary. It's a good time. It's definitely a good time to watch these movies. And then we also watched The Invisible Man, a movie that's pretty new. Only a few years old or something like that. I don't quite remember from when exactly. But yeah. We definitely saw a very stark difference between the quality of those two movies and their scariness. And that movie was pretty good. It was at points pretty unnerving and kind of like anxiety inducing. And also pretty wild. I'm not gonna spoil or anything, but there was a point in the movie where just, okay, that's gonna be it, bad ending, and everything is fucked now. And we thought it's gonna be over pretty soon. But no, it turned out it was just the halfway point. And it just kept going and going, got crazier and crazier. And yeah, definitely a lot of very unexpected things happened, and it was pretty cool, actually. It's definitely a recommendation. And who knows what we're gonna watch next time, we'll see. I think I might have made the cloud shapes a bit too small after all. There's gonna be a lot of detail work. It's gonna be fine. If it's gonna take a bit more time, then it's fine, because I do like this idea. So I wouldn't be totally opposed to put a bit more hours into it. I'm gonna try to make a second stream session for this painting. We'll see about it, but I hope I will get to it and do it at some point next week. I'm gonna try to make these shapes a bit more droopy looking towards on the slope upwards here, to make it look like gravity is pulling them down. Yes, that I think is a good idea. Oh, poor Luigi. Change those a little bit, make them curve up a bit more. Oh, Charles Martinet. I love his voices so much. Man, there was also news about the Mario movie that's coming out, and I know everybody has been talking about this, and we already have heard enough about it, so I'm not gonna really say all that much. It's just, I hope Charles is gonna have some good roles in there. It did say that he is gonna appear in the movie and will have several roles, and I hope they're gonna be good ones. I'm very surprised that they, you know, didn't choose him for Mario. But I also kind of understand that it's a bit different to, you know, make the voices for a movie instead of just making voices for a video game, which is like, ha hoo waha, I'm a #1 and stuff like that, you know. It's a bit different. Unlike everybody, I'm excited to hear Bowser, Jack Black. Oh my god, it's gonna be great too. Kitty has left us. Also, the last Smash character has been revealed. I don't know how many people here are gonna care about that. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised since it's Kingdom Hearts. And you know, it's Disney, so I never expected that to happen. But at the same time, did add Sora, but at the same time they didn't add any Disney characters. You didn't see Goofy, you didn't see Mickey or anybody appear in the game. So it's just basically the Square Enix side of the Kingdom Hearts games, and completely left out whatever is owned by Disney. And yeah, okay, then it makes more sense, because if they would have added Disney characters into the Smash game, that would have been wild. That would have been very unexpected. But this makes more sense, yeah. And you know, Sora wasn't my character of choice. I played Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, and I enjoyed them from a gameplay point of view, but Sora and the other main characters, they didn't really interest me. And the story is just so... I mean, it's just about the heart and the power of love, and you gotta believe in yourself and your friends, and it's just so corny as hell. It's just not good writing, it's just kitschy. It's just... oh my god. I don't really care much for it, to be honest. But a lot of people wanted to have Sora in the game. As Sakurai explained, he was the most requested character out of them all. And they did that survey a couple of years ago, and Sora was at place number 1, and so they added him, and that's good. They listened to the fans and added the most requested character, and that's cool. This is what I love to see. Make the people happy. Even though it's not the character that makes me the happiest and can be happy for others, you know? I'm not gonna complain. It's totally fine. My personal choice would have been Ami from Okami, Amaterasu. I think that would have been also a great choice because, I mean, the character is owned by Capcom and there are already Capcom characters in there, so it wouldn't have been something new, you know? You already have some deals going on. And also, Ami has such a wide range of different move sets and would have been very interesting to play, very interesting to add to the game. I personally hoped for Amaterasu. Well, it didn't. It wasn't enough, unfortunately. Maybe if there would have been a new Okami game on the horizon, then maybe it would have had a better chance. But right now there are only rumors about it, and that's about it. About Okami 2. I really hope that it will come true and there will be a new Okami game. A lot of people love that game and it would be great to see it on the Switch. A new game. Or whatever platform. As long as I have still access to it, so either Switch on PC, you know? Then I'm happy. Oh yeah. Also, I recently saw that Monster Hunter Rise is coming out for the PC. I didn't actually expect that it's gonna come out for PC. I was a bit surprised about that. I thought it's gonna stay a Switch exclusive, but apparently not. That's cool. More people can enjoy it. And I don't know if it also comes out for other platforms. I haven't really checked. I only saw it on the Steam page. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna play it because I already played Monster Hunter World too much. And I just can't. I don't have the time for another Monster Hunter game. It's just way too much time investment for this stuff. Maybe I will play the next one after that, which is gonna take a couple of years. There most likely will be another Monster Hunter game. Let's be real. People love that series. But yeah, I'm gonna wait. Even though I like the setting a lot of Monster Hunter Rise, this kind of like Japanese setting, and I'm all about that, but oh well, I can control myself. Kidding, meow. Complain. Little princess is complaining.
What is it?
I also gotta say, what kind of weirds me out is, I mean, it's already a given that Twitch has a lot of follow bots, but I also see them all the time on YouTube. Because my alerts also include subscriptions on YouTube of my streaming channel. I don't have any alerts set up for it though. And that's because I just constantly get follows from bots all the time. I definitely know that it's from follow bots because they keep on popping up, but they don't drive the number up. So they gotta be bots. Oh, oh, Lucid. Oh dear. Hoku is unamused by it, huh? Here it comes. Very spooky. This is the spookiest of all. Hey Lucid, how is it going? How was the rest of your stream? And also, thank you a lot for the raid. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the follow, Joshua. I'm glad you liked this alert. It's very silly. But yeah, welcome. I am Mink. I am an artist, at least I'm trying to be, and currently I'm working on this painting. And it's supposed to be for an art prompt on my Discord server, where anybody can join, and the theme for the current 2 weeks is spooky weather. So anything that comes to your mind when you hear spooky weather, you can draw or paint. And well, this is my idea. I mean, you can't really tell what's going on right now, so let me explain. So first of all, I'm drawing a lot of clouds because soon I want to make a drawing tutorial about how to draw clouds. And I've been making a lot of drawings and paintings of clouds for a couple of months actually. Let me go over to here to show you. This is my reference picture collection. So you can see there are a lot. And they're all different types of clouds. You can see the types up here, and also from this different perspectives and different daytimes. So yeah, a lot of pictures. The clouds that I'm currently working on are supposed to be Mammatus clouds. So these weird looking shapes, these kind of bulbous shapes that you see sometimes around cumulonimbus clouds or during hurricanes and stuff like that. I don't really know that much about those types of clouds yet and how they form and where they appear. I'm gonna learn more about them soon. But yeah, they're interesting. They're very weird looking. like the sky has pimples or something like that. And yeah, for example, here you can see at the bottom of this anvil of the cumulonimbus cloud, you see these shapes popping up, or the walls of hurricanes, you see them, and they're fascinating. They're very fascinating here, especially during the sunset, or here during the nighttime. And this is kind of especially the vibe that I want to go for. They are having this glowy background and these dark shapes hanging from the sky. And let me turn this off again. So this is what I'm trying to do, and right now I'm just establishing the basic shape, so this doesn't really look like much yet. It takes time. But the idea is that once I establish the shapes, and I already experimented a little bit around over here, I'm gonna go ahead and paint also these kind of faces onto them that look like haunted souls hanging from the sky. Something like that. And then there will be more to this painting. I turn on the sketch again. Yeah, you can barely see it, so let me turn this off. So this is supposed to be like kind of like a portal in the middle of the sky, and so the clouds are moving towards it. This is why they have this kind of curvature. And here at the ground there is supposed to be this little child in this witch outfit holding a knife, because yeah, just children running around with knives, nothing weird about that. And then you have this ritual circle going on. Who knows what I'm gonna add over there? Some kind of sacrifices, we'll see. Some weird looking trees. And then this large skeleton hand coming from the middle of this portal. And just has this pumpkin and just reaches it over to the child, and child is like, yeah, give it to me. And that's it. It's just a wholesome picture. It's nothing scary about it at all. It's just a nice skeleton neighbor giving a pumpkin to a little child, and the child is gonna just carve it out and make a little face in it, and that's it. Yeah, that's the idea. That's what came to mind for me under spooky weather. And yeah, as I said, if you have a different idea, then you are more than welcome to also make a painting or drawing based on that theme. Can't be anything, just whatever comes to your mind, as I said. And you can join the Discord server. The Discord server is public, anybody can join. You don't have to necessarily join the art prompts, you can just hop in and chat with people, that's totally fine. Oh yeah, sorry, I haven't really been reading chat, so let's see. Your heart rate still has to fall back down. Oh, it has been that scary, huh? Well, here is a different kind of spookiness going on, so it's a bit more lighthearted over here. Although sometimes the music gets a bit intense, like right now. But don't worry. Just have some goofy skeletons dancing around, that's about it. I'm glad you like this idea, Lucid. You have an idea for spooky weather. There was this night painting that I've been wanting to do for a while. I think of doing that, but with a blood moon. That's also very spooky. I would love to see that. As they don't rip out your soul, you should be fine. Well, about that. Well, you can see Hoko over here. She already got a snack during the kitty break. Peaceful and peaceful. Alright, let's get back to it. Oops, that's the wrong color. So yeah, I'm just at first establishing the basic shape, so I'm drawing this kind of squiggly lines here that are thicker at the bottoms. And then as you can see over here, I'm later gonna smudge them out and adjust them. And it's gonna be quite a lot of detail work, but it's fine. I like this idea, and so I'm okay with investing more time into it. And so you can see the clouds are supposed to curve up. And I also adjusted the shapes of these... I don't know what even to call them, these bulbous shapes that hanging down. And they're supposed to kind of like look like they're being pulled down by gravity, and so they look a bit droopy over here, where here they're just hanging down straight down, but here it's just a bit drop-like in a way. Gotta get some food. Get some food. Get some sustenance after all that excitement. You're gonna need it. Ugh. You can hear my Halloween playlist. A lot of the songs were still from last year. Lots of Luigi's Mansion music, as you can hear. Lots of silliness. But I also added a couple of new songs because I've been going through the OC Remix playlists, and I also stumbled upon a lot of Halloween songs and thought to myself, why not add them too? So it's an interesting playlist. It's all sorts of stuff. And also the plan is that later at some point I'm gonna play a game, because I've been wanting to stream for a bit longer, and recently I haven't really been streaming for all that long. I don't know, I don't really have the stamina for it anymore. But I think like if I add a little bit of gaming into the stream, it might be a bit better. And Hawkwood's leaving us. Oh no. Where are you going? To the other side? Like over here? What? There we go. And of course, as the clouds are getting more and more distant over here in the horizon, they're gonna get smaller and they're gonna overlap each other more and more. It's gonna be more shapes, but also don't have to add that many details to them. Haku is laying down. So if anybody else does some art here in chat, or some other kind of creative stuff, I would be very interested, because I love hearing what people make. It was interesting to me. And the game that I want to play later is called Wizard of Legend. I mean, you can see it in the title. But yeah, it's a roguelike game. And it seems pretty cool. I mean, it's not spooky at all. It has monsters and skeletons in it. That's about it. But yeah. Still, it's gonna be a good time. I'm pretty sure. It will be the first time that I play that game, so it's gonna be interesting, and I'm probably gonna suck quite a lot. But it will be fun. And it will be a nice way to take some breaks. I do need breaks after all, because as you can see I'm standing. And I'm staring at the bright screen. And now speaking of, the whole time I turned on the nightlight feature, so I have been looking at the wrong colors the whole time. Well, luckily I can adjust it later, but that's very stupid of me. What I'm talking about is Windows has like a nightlight feature that shifts the colors more towards a reddish hue and away from blue. That's mainly the point, because especially blue light, first of all, is quite straining to the eyes, especially out of all the colors. And also it suppresses your melatonin productions, which means you're gonna have a harder time to fall asleep. So I always turn it on, especially during late hours. But it's not a good idea to have it turned on while you work with colors, because it changes the colors that you look at, and so yeah, it's not a good idea. And sometimes I forget about it, that I have it turned on, because my eyes just get used to those colors and they don't realize that everything has been redshifted. And then way later I realize it, and oh my god, sometimes it ruins my work, and it's just annoying. But I want to be able to switch back and forth, so that especially during late hours I can turn it more towards I can turn on to the night light, and so it interferes with my sleep schedule at least a little bit less. It's not perfect. I talked about it in a video, in a recent video of mine. Those nightlight features are neat, and not only Windows has them, but also you know, mobile devices, and there are also apps for that sort of stuff. But the thing is, it only shifts the colors of, how to explain, it just shifts the basic colors. But how our screens work is, well, most of our screens work, that they have the color on a layer, which is like the liquid crystals, and they have a backlighting in order to give it brightness. That backlighting, which is LEDs, doesn't change when you turn on nightlight. It's still gonna be the same bright white light. That rhymed quite a lot. And so it still is also gonna have the blue light in it, because white light is just a combination of all colors. And so it also has blue light. It still is less straining for the eyes if you turn on nightlight. At least I definitely get that impression. It is just way less jarring to look at the screen. So at least I get that subjective feeling. But it won't completely hinder the melatonin suppression, because you're still exposed to blue light. Even if you already have all the lights around you turned off, or only have warm lights around you. And there's Luigi again. I never really played a Luigi's Mansion game myself. It's not really the type of game that I'm all that interested in, but it's entertaining to watch. It goes for a lot of games actually. Even the majority of games that I just prefer watching them over playing them myself. Luigi's Mansion is one of those examples, but also a lot of platforming games, I realized. It's so silly. You gotta love Luigi. That also goes for spooky games, actually, for horror games. I really enjoy watching them more than playing them, and it's not like I get super scared of them, it's kind of, unfortunately, the opposite, where they don't really do much for me. But what I love seeing are the reactions of other people playing them, especially if they get scared. And yeah, I know it's a little bit, sounds a bit sadistic, but it's entertaining to me. Especially if it's friends of mine. and poke some fun on them, and it's just the same goes for horror movies too, where I don't watch any horror movies or horror stuff by myself because yeah, it just doesn't really interest me all that much. But if I watch it together with friends, then it's a completely different story. And especially if there are some people who are getting scared quite easily. It's funny. I can't really explain why it's so entertaining to me. It just is. Of course, as long as they're not like getting completely freaked out, of course. Gets to a point where they're suffering then. Schadensfreude, you mean? It's not quite that, is it? But yeah, it kind of is, I know. But welcome back, Lucid. You acquired some food? Corn nuggets and chips in the oven. Corn nuggets? What is that? I think I never even heard of the word corn. Veggie meat. Oh, so it's like a brand or something. I see. Sounds healthy then. Enjoy your corn nuggets and chips. I already had some food before I streamed. Made myself like this kind of like big plate of all sorts of things. That I got some apples, got hot cocoa, I got some cake, some cheap cake that I bought. And also made pancakes for myself. And I'm a huge fan of pancakes, so that's always a good time when I'm able to make some for myself. To be precise, I make the very thick version, large and thick version, here in Austria called Palatschinken. They're not as thick as American ones, for example. They're like an in-between things between those American ones and crêpe from France. So they have the kind of the same size as crêpe, but they're a bit thicker and fluffier, you know? And the most common thing that you put in them is just jam. Apricot jam. That's what I love the most. I'll never forget this pancake I had at Center Parks. I had cookie dough cooked into the pancake batter. Ooh, that sounds good. Wow. Yeah, people get really creative with pancakes. It's wild. And great. Would also love to experiment a bit more with pancakes. What would you say is the most common thing you put in pancakes or on pancakes where you live? So as for us, as I said, it's apricot jam or maybe like strawberry jam, but apricot is the most common, I would say. Need to bake some at some point. Yeah, go for it. Also, hey there, Few. How are you doing? Honey or syrup are pretty common. I see. So syrup, with syrup mean maple syrup like you get in Canada. Jam, Nutella, lemon juice, all sorts of stuff. We also got the savory pancakes where you get some ham, some bacon, some cheese, stuff like that. And you kind of like cook it together in the pan. And then kind of like fold it over while you're still cooking it and then serve it. And it's also really, really good. It goes so well with it. I'm not really good at making those savory pancakes, but I got friends. A friend of mine who is really good at it. He worked as a cook and so he's got a lot of experience and his pancakes are the freaking best, I tell you. Oh god. Try to learn from him, but mine just suck in comparison. Maple syrup or golden syrup. Oh, okay, I see. And I'm gonna be honest, I admit I never had maple syrup. It's just not really common over here. At least as far as I know. I'm pretty sure you were able to get it somewhere. I don't know. I really gotta try it at some point, for sure. Maybe soon. Because a lot of people love it after all, and I'm gonna try it. A good cheesy pancake, yeah, exactly. That's the stuff. You know, pancakes is one of those things that it seems like everybody enjoys them in some kind of way. There is like a pancake version for everybody around the world. And I mean, I don't know every single culture around the world, and so I don't know if they all have pancake versions over there. I also gotta say, I saw a lot of pancake shop when I went to Japan. It's pretty interesting. And they all, of course, have the wildest creations. And really, really tasty looking ones at that too. They are very popular over there. Every country has a pancake, yeah. Hoko has just buried her face into the chair. It was so silly looking. I always kind of worried that she doesn't get enough oxygen this way. But it still seems like she's getting enough air, so I guess it's fine. It's just... How do you still breathe like that, kitty? Ah, so silly. But so cute. How's your kitty doing, by the way, Lucid? And if anybody else has a pet they want to talk about, then you're also more than welcome here, because as you can see, I'm a cat enthusiast, and I also love all sorts of other pets. I just love animals in general. Gone out for your evening walkabout. Oh, I see. Going on some adventures. Yeah, Hoko doesn't really get the chance to go outside. With not really, I mean, she does not at all. Here in this apartment house, there is no way. And I see her sitting at the window sometimes and looking at the birds, and just, it seems like she really wants to go out there and hunt, which I also don't really want her to do. But then at the same time, when I leave the door open outside to the outside hallway, he just briefly looks outside and just kind of inspect everything, and then immediately goes back. She doesn't want to go outside. If I pick her up and hold her and go outside, she really quickly starts to meow and howl and really wants to go back into the apartment because she's scared. So I think she's fine with staying inside. I think she doesn't really have too much of a problem with that. My old kitty, Hanami, on the other hand, was very different. Was actually kind of the opposite. She wasn't really all about hunting, and birds outside weren't that interesting to her, and she doesn't really pay that much attention to bugs and stuff. As well, mostly was always Hoko. But when I left the door open to the outside hallway, like whenever I came back home, often it was I just came into the apartment and zoom, she just ran out and I had to catch her again. While she was just sitting on the, how do you say, these kind of like small rugs that people have in front of their doors to just wipe off the shoes. Probably know what I mean. Just immediately runs on top of one of those from the neighbors and just does the squeezing and scratching. Gotta mark my territory as fast as possible before I get dragged back. Doormat, that's it, thank you. Sometimes I don't remember the simplest words. But she was silly. She was a little gremlin sometimes. Yeah, I'm the only one, yeah. You all have an inner gremlin. Yeah. Hoko does too. I do sometimes too. Especially when I play around with Hoko. I get annoying sometimes. The rest really doesn't need all that much detail, so I'm just gonna add some rough lines here and it's fine. It looks really messy right now, I do realize. One thing I'm thinking is I might have made the shapes a bit too small. I should have made everything a bit bigger. But oh well, it's fine. Oops. Sometimes it lags and then you see these sudden lines appear. It's just the program being slow. Can't really do much about it. Also talking about the program being slow, I switched to OBS. From Streamlabs OBS to OBS normal? I don't know. Studio it's called, yeah. And I'm very surprised how easy it was to switch, because I basically had to press one button and that was it. I just transfer stuff over and bam, everything was here. Everything. It was kind of wild how easy it was. And now I use OBS again, because Streamlabs OBS is I don't know. First of all, they somehow have more functionalities, but also they took away functionality from OBS, and I don't understand why. There's so much less personalization and adjustments you can do in Streamlabs OBS. You can't really use plugins other than stuff that Streamlabs OBS themselves offer, and it's just I was fed up with it and made the decision to switch, and it's been a good decision. Oh, and earlier I also showed off the new alert, the new donation alert. And I just love it so much, I just wanna show it again, because you already saw it, Lucid, but I still wanna show it again. I'm gonna mute the music for that. So there's the kitty in the corner. Hello, kitty. Oh, it's a bit too close. Oh no. That was it. It's just a zoom in. It's very simple. It's not all that special, but I like that idea. So I had to make it. Streamless OBS caters more to newer streamers, recorders anyways. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit more beginner friendly. Yeah, it doesn't completely overwhelm you with all the functions and stuff, where OBS might be a bit more intimidating, I suppose. And originally I used Streamlabs OBS a couple of years ago. Well, originally I used OBS, normal OBS Studio. I think back then it wasn't even called Studio yet. Whoa! Wait, what? What's going on? Why is it playing again? Who did that? I'm confused. It says John, so that's the you know, the name that just Streamlabs uses for a test. Did somebody come in here and do a donation under the name of John, or what just happened? I need to check this. It also shows up in my alert, so... What? There is actually a donation under the name of John. Who was that? Jeez. Well... Whoever was that, thank you. I'm glad you liked it, John. Oven is beeping. Hope you get this very strange issue fixed. Lucid. Lucid. I have this feeling that you know something about this, but I'm gonna let you go. Ah, man. So for anybody who doesn't know, that cat was actually from a painting of mine that I did recently. Maybe I can open it. Just to show it off real quick. There we go. Wait a little bit to load. There we go. So, there it is. I worked on it the last stream actually, and this was part of another art prompt called Peeking Through the Eye of the Storm. And yeah, that's what my idea was. So, Becky. And I just took that drawing over here and isolated it and made an alert by just zooming really closely into it. That's it. Well, yeah. I'm glad people like it. Kitty. Meow meow. This is some very weird music. I mean, it's still Halloweeny. I shouldn't say Halloweeny. Fun fact, I'm actually a literal Wiener. Because I come from Vienna, and the German word for Vienna is Wien, and so I'm a Wiener. I'm Wiener. There you go. There you have this nice little extra fact about me. You're welcome. So right now I'm smudging out these shapes that I painted to adjust them and to create these gradients that I want to have. And that's gonna take a while. A lot of detail work. But that will give those Mammatus clouds their actual shape, because right now it's just a bunch of strings hanging in the sky. Doesn't make much sense. Hey, Hoko, where are you going? Just sitting around. Oh, yeah, maybe? Sorry, come. Yeah, there we go. Good kitty. Who's your good kitty? That is you. Ow. Legs. I noticed that I need a break. Ah, my knees. That's the problem with with the streaming, and sometimes I just don't pay attention to my body and don't realize that I actually have been standing for way too long and my knees need a break. Alright, so let's do that right now. Let's save. Okay. So, now the question is, should I do another kitty break? Well, kitty is here right now. I could do that. And later I will play the game. Oh yeah, let's do. this painting is also interesting because normally I don't work with such strong contrasts like this. I don't really work all that much with black, for example. So it's been very different. Which is good. I'm making more experiences. I'm getting out of my comfort zone. But yeah, I actually was talking about Streamlabs now I remember. Also, camera has to be gets adjusted again. There we go. And Hogwarts left us. Where she is. Oh, I left the door to the bedroom open. Oh well. It's fine. Man, Zelda Twilight Princess is another game that I really want to replay again. It's been so long. I played it back then when I got my Wii and the game was still pretty new. But I would like to play the HD version, but I don't have a Wii U. So I hope it will maybe someday come out on the Switch. I mean, they already made the HD version, they just have to port it over to the Switch. And I say you just have to do that, it's pretty simple, just copy paste, right? I do understand it's a bit more complicated than that. I don't exactly know how much work it is because, you know, I'm not a game developer and I don't know the technicalities of it. But yeah, I just hope that it will come out on the Switch too. That would be neat. But you know, it also depends on whether or not it's really worth it for Nintendo to bring out a port again. Because they already made those sales on the Wii U, although it wasn't that much because the Wii U didn't sell all that much. But still, those people who have the Wii U version are not gonna buy the Switch version. So, yeah, who knows? Who knows? It would be nice to have Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD on the Switch. We did get Skyward Sword HD for the Switch, but it was the first time there was an HD version, so there's that, and also it's been a bit longer than compared to the release of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD. So as you can see, I'm kind of breaking up this string shape and kind of like cut them up over here, because these bulbous shapes, as you were able to see in the photo references too, they're kind of like separated from each other. They're not all connected. And so I also want to establish that here in this painting. Make them pop out as individual shapes. And also here and there mix in some smaller shapes that have a bit less contrast, because, well, they're after all smaller, and so therefore they're less thick, and let a bit more light through. I'm looking forward to the point where I can actually add the faces on these cloud shapes. Those damned souls. That especially is gonna be fun. Okay, this time I'm not gonna wait all that much until I take the next break. I'm gonna try to be more aware of my body and its limits. Oh, another thing that I changed, which you cannot really see. I think I talked about it last time when I streamed, but since I'm not so sure, I'm gonna repeat it. I changed the position of my keyboard, my piano, my e-piano. Because before it was like next to my desk and was blocking a lot of room in my my living room. And now it is under my desk, so like right here, underneath this desk plate here. And it means that whenever I want to adjust the height of my desk and I want to lower it, I have to move out the piano and put it next to the desk again, which is kind of like, it's a bit annoying. But I don't really change the height of my desk all that much, I realized. I just most of the time keep it in the standing height. And whenever I need to sit down, I just take a break and sit down on the sofa and do something else instead of lowering the desk and then sitting on the chair. And it's just I have two different kinds of chairs. I have like this kind of like looks like a bar stool thing, which is still pretty high, and then have my PC chair, my computer chair, office chair, whatever you want to call it. And the stool is not really comfortable for long periods of time to sit on. It's not really great for the back either, I'm gonna tell you. So even though I could rest my legs and feet, I could not really get a good rest for my back. And then the office chair would be better suited for that. However, I would have to lower the desk all the way down, and that is just tedious because I gotta turn quite a lot to just get it from to all the way to the bottom, and it's just not worth it. I mean, it would be kind of like a good workout, I suppose. It's time consuming, and also the more I use it, the more I crank it all the time, probably the more it's gonna wear out. I mean, not probably, most definitely, because that's just how it works. I'm gonna cause more friction and it's gonna wear out more quickly. And it would be nice if I could keep the desk functional for as long as possible. So yeah, don't wanna overuse it. And so yeah, now I have my keyboard underneath my desk. It's not really in the way. And the thing is, when I want to work on music, I have it right here. Very convenient. And it's especially nice because sometimes for new videos, I just sometimes want to make a small jingle just to as a nice little extra where it would fit in. But I don't want to have to prepare everything and set everything up, and that wouldn't just not be worth it. But now I just turn it on and I could immediately use it and just make a nice little jingle, a little bit of music, and I'm done. Also, speaking of, I want to make some changes for my tutorial video intro. I'm still gonna use a lot of the old assets. I'm not gonna make everything new because it would be too much work. But I want to change some things in order to make a nicer transition, especially for the previews. So for right now, I just have the preview pictures like popping up right at the beginning, and it's just they're just there, just static constant pictures and that's it, and then it just fades out and goes over to the intro music. Instead, I actually wanna make it seem a bit more professional. So I'm gonna have an intro where I kind of like do a voiceover, and it's gonna fade in all of these pictures and paintings that I made and are gonna appear in the tutorial, and I say some introductory words just for a couple of seconds. It's not really that long, and there's gonna be some music that is kind of like building up and then goes over to the intro animation that I already have, where you have the pin wall and it zooms out and then the little Mink hops in and stuff like that. And I'm also still gonna keep the jingle that I made, the little music piece, piano piece that I made. But before that, I also want to have some extra music, and then I really want to make something that is inspired by Wave Race 64, because I just love the level select music of it. It's just so satisfying. I just love it. Maybe I can show it off. It would also be good if I figure out, okay, there are the studio modes. Okay, let's see. All right. How am I gonna do this? Let's. Wave Race 64. Let's just watch a long play. That should be fine. Gonna turn off the music. Gonna add window capture. Perfect. Yep. Yep. Whoop. Whoop. Okay, there we go. It's a long play, so let's see. Yeah, this here, for example. It's probably gonna be pretty loud, so let me lower the volume beforehand.
You finished first and got 7 points. Great race. Move on to the next round.
Glad to see you still here, Leah.
Welcome to Drake Lake.
It's so satisfying. Ah,
Watch the signal.
this music, this sound when you click when you start the track. I'm gonna play it again.
Move on to the next round.
This music is also great, by the way. That's just.
Welcome to Drake Lake.
Ah. And then imagine I start my tutorial show like that, with this kind of music, where it has this peaceful sound going on in the background and these piano notes playing. And then when I'm done talking, the few words that I say, and it has this and then it starts. And it's, I want to have that. Gonna make that. Okay, be gone. Alright, I can remove this again. Oh, Kitty's back. Alright, let's turn the music again. But yeah, hey Leia. Is that still glad? I'm glad to still see you here. What have you been doing while I was streaming? Have you been painting maybe this whole time? Have you been making something creative? I'd definitely be interested in hearing that. Or in general, are you working on something? I really can't wait until I'm finally done with all the studies and research for the Cloud tutorial and I can actually get to making the actual tutorial itself. To the scripting, to the recording, and then the editing. It's gonna be a lot of work because, oh man, it's gonna be quite extensive, but I'm pretty sure I will enjoy it quite a lot. I gotta say, I actually enjoy doing video editing. For me, it's just another creative outlet for me, in addition to painting and drawing, and it mixes things up. And the more I learn about video editing and about video making in general, the more fun it becomes, because then I know more ways and more tools and techniques in order to make the videos interesting and mix things up. And yeah, I can get more and more creative with it. Doesn't mean that I get faster and faster at making that stuff. It actually is the opposite, where I want to add more and more quality to the videos, and then it happens that it really takes me a long time to make a singular video. And oh boy, the Cloud tutorial is gonna take quite a while, at least a week, and probably at this point. Originally, tutorial videos took me like 1 or 2 days, like total days, in order to edit them. And that is absolutely not the case anymore. It takes me several days or even a week, depending on the length of the tutorial that is, and the complexity. And the Cloud tutorial is gonna be quite complex, because I also want to have a lot of animations and stuff to explain the physics and all the basics of how clouds work. And, you know, animations are one of the best ways in order to explain something like that. If you can see how it works, then it's gonna make it easier for you to understand. And I already have a lot of ideas for what to do after the Cloud tutorials, in terms of the next tutorials, that is. Because based on that, based on the clouds, I can make a lot of different tutorials. For example, in the cloud tutorial, there are not gonna be thunder clouds, rain clouds, like actual clouds that have precipitation. They're not. I'm also gonna skim over hurricanes because I'm gonna make all of these things their own kind of tutorials. First of all, because if I would pack every single thing into the cloud tutorial, including rain and thunder and lightning and all of this stuff, it would just be way too much. So I gotta reduce it somehow and outsource some of these topics. Outsource is not the right word, but you know what I mean. And so yeah, I'm gonna make a tutorial about how to draw rain, just simple rain. About thunderclouds, which also is gonna include lightning. So I'm also gonna make a tutorial about lightning itself, just lightning. It doesn't have to be even connected to weather, it just can be like sparks and stuff. Also gonna be an interesting topic, and it shouldn't be too complicated. We'll see. I've been saying that quite often about a lot of things, and then it turns out I spend a crazy amount of time on those projects, so I'm gonna make a video about hurricanes, because I think it's gonna be interesting enough to make their own, make it its own video tutorial about it. Because the thing is also, a lot of these cloud tapes, nobody is really searching for how to draw a cumulonimbus cloud, or how to draw altocumulus clouds, or stratus clouds, or whatever. Barely anybody does that. It's just type in how to draw clouds. That's it. For hurricanes, it maybe there are some people who would search for it, and therefore it might be worth to make it its own tutorial. So yeah. And I already have all of that experience about how to draw clouds, and hurricanes would be fine, and this would be not a big deal for me. So it should be pretty easy for me to make. And then some other related stuff like steam, just how to draw steam, for example. Should be also not too complicated. I could make a video about it. I'm jumping all over the place right now, so let me just work on one side of this painting, please. Don't hop around all willy-nilly. Also has this weird long pause at the end. Let me just skip over manually. here also, something else that happened in between, since the last stream, I went to the doctor. Well, I already went to the doctor more than a month ago in order to get the blood samples taken and stuff. So I went to the doctor to get the blood results and also do a general checkup. And good news, because the blood test showed that the vitamins that I've been taking all this time, for more than a year at this point, actually work. There was actually my vitamin B and vitamin D levels were on a normal range, and that was a huge relief, because last year in 2020 when I did the last blood test, those levels were way too low. Way too low. She's even said that my vitamin D levels were barely measurable. It's just simply because I don't really eat all that much meat or fish, and I don't go outside all that often. So that's why. And ever since then I've been taking vitamin D and vitamin B supplements. But those are some kind of cheap ones that I ordered from the internet, and you don't always really know, are they working or are they not? Is my, like, do they have actually the vitamins in there? I mean, they shouldn't be allowed to sell it if they don't. But do I know for certain? No. And there was always this kind of like little anxiety that I had, that all this time it hasn't really been working after all. But now I have the proof. Now I know that they work, and I'm glad, because they're cheap. They're cheap and they work, so perfect. Because what you normally get in drugstores and pharmacies, that's the word, is really expensive. I know that because last year when I did the blood test and it showed that my vitamin D levels were really low, my doctor prescribed me some vitamin D drops. And I bought them from the pharmacy, and they were expensive, and they only lasted for 1.5 months. So I paid like, what, $15 or $20? That only lasted me for like a month or so. While those that I have cost about the same, but I bought them all the way back then in, like, I don't know, March or April 2020. I think April 2020. And I still am not finished with them. And they still last me long into the next year. And they work, clearly, it has been proven. So why would I not go for this way cheaper option? That is like cheaper by a factor of 20 to 30. It's crazy. And the thing is, you don't really find cheap versions here in any pharmacy, any drugstore, any supermarket. You only find this here on the internet. And I don't know why. And maybe it's because there are some, you know, some kind of pharmacy lobbyists going around and prevent the sale of the cheap versions around here, so they can rake in all that money from those vitamins. I don't know, maybe that's the case. I haven't really been looking all over the place here in Vienna looking for vitamins. I mostly just know it from the pharmacy that over there it's really overpriced. And then I found something on Amazon, and ever since then, well, ever since then I've been ordering from the vitamin maker's own website, because if I can circumvent Amazon, then I gladly do that. Oh, yeah. That was a huge relief. The only thing was just that I need to do more workout, I need to move more. Yeah, I've been increasing it ever since I did the last checkup, but it wasn't enough yet, and recently I've been getting kind of lazy. I do admit I haven't really been playing Stepmania all that much, or I've been going outside. So yeah, I should improve that. Therefore, my cholesterol levels were not optimal, for example. Like, I don't take that much cholesterol in me because I don't eat meat and I don't eat that many fatty stuff. But also I don't really burn a lot of it. So I should move more. That's just what it is. And just in general. And that should be doable. I'm not too worried about that. Such dramatic music, my gosh. Now I think of it. Maybe I can add a little bit extra, a little bit more of an effect by dragging these shadows upwards and giving this wavy shape. And that's more of an effect of these souls flying down from the sky. I think that would be cool. Yeah, I can do that. I have to adjust it to the ones I already have smeared out, but that's okay. But yeah, I think I should really take a break now. Not only do I feel it in my feet, but also in my hand. So it's about time. But I'm not gonna do a kitty break. I'm gonna do a game break. Turn off this music now. And let's start up this game here. Alright. And get the controller connected. Have to adjust the window size. Okay, and also I'm gonna go quickly to the toilet. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Game. There's game. Okay. Right. Everything should be fine. Okay, let me sit down. So I also have to put the camera down again. A little bit more. I'm also gonna change the category on Twitch real quick. And then I'm probably gonna forget about it when I get back to drawing, and then oh well. Wizard? Legend, there it is. Still gonna keep the drawing and painting tags. Just whatever. Alright. Sit down. Get the microphone close to my face. It's gonna play for a while. This here is pretty dark. No, wait a minute. This camera here a little bit. Well, the kitty cam is not the best this way because I'm blocking the light. Let me move at least a little bit to the side. There we go. We get a little bit of light at least. Okay. So, as I said before, I haven't really played this game before. I just quickly tested it in order to test the controls. Turn this around, okay. So, that's us. We're a wizard. I know, big surprise. Welcome to the Museum of La Nova. Oh, seems like I just skipped the thing. Oops, didn't want to do that. But yeah, here we got a dash. I can adjust where I want to have it. For example, here on this button. Did you know that true wizards never ever take their hoods off? Yes, indeed. Not even when they take a shower. Never ever? Ever? Never. I love coming to the museum. All of the exhibits are so fun and interactive. He always gets excited about this place. I mean, I would too. I'm supposed to meet my friend for the Chaos Trials exhibit, but she's running a bit late. How dare her. Ah, so we run for a while, and after a while it gets faster. I see, that's cool. It's always surprising to see just how many different arcana they had back in the day. It makes sense, as each arcana crafting virtuoso had different designs and goals in mind. It's great that arcana are protected by the magic they are created with. It means I can take all the flash photos I want. Can't really talk with this guy. Yes, this is what I got the costume for. That Dragon Arc Arcana would be awesome at the fireworks show. Hey there, here are a couple of Arcana for you to try out. While these replicas won't have any real effects, you can use them in the museum's interactive exhibits. Try giving those training dummies a good one too. Alright. So we got this ability here, and we got a slash. We got melee, and we got something range. We can go in here, like you shoot from a distance, and then go in, and then go out again, shoot from a distance. It's gonna take a while to get used to. I haven't really played similar games like this. But we'll see. Learning by doing. Enjoy. Maybe the developers? He's so excited to try all the Arcana. So I gotta turn the camera a little bit. What? Still not optimal, but oh well, whatever. I've read all the books written about signature arcana, and they all seem to have enhancements that alter their spells in some way to make them more effective. This is some kind of a dragon breath ability. Signature arcana were rare specialized versions of standard arcana that absorb nearby magical energy. When fully charged, these arcana release devastatingly powerful versions of the spell they contained. The name seems surprisingly nice and toasty. I'm glad I didn't bring a sweater. Too hot, must leave now. That's interesting. This kind of tutorial. Shooting giant balls of fire from your hand is awesome. Yeah, I admit, yes. I know, right? Use a few flashes to get into the groove, then blast them away. What is this? Ah. So I definitely know that I should get used to a specific button layout where I have dash on B, some kind of dash ability, a ranged ability on Y, a melee ability on X, or something similar. Welcome to the Signature Arcana exhibit. Try this one out. When fully charged, the exploding fireball signature arcana lets you hurl the 3 fireballs in quick succession. Signature arcana are normally charged by striking targets with spells, but for the purpose of this exhibit you can pick up the blue magic orb in the practice area. Okay, so now we get this. Bran! Ooh, I see. That's cool. But it doesn't do anything for this ability, only for the big fireball. I see, I see. It's pretty rad. Look at this. Flame Emperor Seal. Earth Lord Atlas. Frost Queen Freya. Pretty straightforward, those names. What is it? The Chaos Trials were an annual invitational event administered by the Lenovian Council of Magic. And these powerful wizards were masters of their chosen elements and fashioned the trials for contestants to undertake. The Chaos Trials featured a variety of formidable foes conjured from chaos energy. Some of these conjured enemies would also be imbued with the elements to pose an even greater threat. Those rogues turn invisible. How are you supposed to fight against that? I mean, I can still see them. There. Oops. Sorry, rude of me. I just sneezed. These knights look so menacing with their glowing eyes. Chaos Arcana were specialized arcana crafted directly from chaos energies that required great skill and finesse to activate. Only wizards who successfully completed the Chaos Trials were entrusted with the possession of Chaos Arcana. However, very little is known about the use of these arcana as none of the legendary wizards are around today. Totally would have tons of gems and coins. Definitely not any Chaos Arcana. Okay. Welcome to the Chaos Trials interactive course. The course will give you an idea of what it was like to take on the Chaos Trials. Good luck, I know you can do it. Frost fan. Ah, okay, cool. Bam, bam, bam. This is pretty cool already. I'm not gonna lie. But I definitely need to get used to those controls. I'm not used to that. Start this game. There we go. Almost done. Victory! These snacks are perfect after the exercise. Sometimes I think he comes here just for the cookies. I mean... also fair. Of course, it's super tiring, but after a few tries I managed to get the upper hand at that blob. Didn't know that these wizards ran around with enchanted cloaks too. Functional and stylish, an elegant combination. Wizards who entered the Chaos Trials were usually garbed in a standard wizarding cloak as shown here. They were allowed to enter the trials with one of each of the 4 classes of Arcana, as well as a relic of their choosing. Finally opened this exhibit and now I can see why it took so long. With so many exquisite pieces I can't imagine how long it took to collect them all. On display here are some of the relics that were used by wizards in the Chaos Trials. Each of these unique little relics had powerful attributes that wizards used to great effect in the trials. Wizarding cloaks used in the Chaos Trials were optimized for quick movement and arcana use. Many of these cloaks were even enchanted by skilled tailors to have a variety of potent effects. Wizards entering the Chaos Trials often had grimoires full of arcana in their possession. However, as only one arcana of each class could be used in the trials, they were required to fashion a limited hand that suited their strengths. The insignia of legend was a mark of distinction granted only to those wizards who successfully overcame the Chaos Trials. Other than its ceremonial use, not much else is known about the relic other than that it was crafted directly from chaos energy. Whoops, it wasn't me. Didn't touch it. Nope. Not my fault. Pardon me, are you alright? It looked like quite a tumble there. Well, glad to see you're okay. Welcome to your new home away from home. Okay, great. As a wizard invited to participate in the Chaos Trials, your accommodations and our services are provided by the Magic Council. Also included is a one-time stipend of 100 Chaos Gems. You'll have to excuse the mess. We weren't expecting any guests so soon. But not to worry, we'll have everything sorted out shortly. In the meantime, let's do a round of introductions. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ward, and all of your enchanted attire will be in my charge. Now let's see what fashionable outfits I have ready for you. We have red and blue. I'm gonna go for blue. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Tommy and I'll be cataloging all the arcana you come across. Let's peruse through your gallery now. Dish. Standard. It's just called standard. Ah, okay. So you got a basic move, which is like a this is a melee move. The dash, standards, like some kind of like fast projectiles, I guess. And the signature move is more of like the big one. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, the cut. Okay, the cut. And it seems like you can choose 4 moves at the beginning of a run. And during the run you get some extra moves for the shoulder buttons. Interesting. Hey, I'm Mimi and I'll be snacking all the relics you find. Kitty is going away. That means I can move over here. Don't worry. They'll be safe and ready whenever you need them. Friendship Bracelet. Increased damage and movement speed. Has boost effects when you're with a true friend. Aww. Lania's museum ticket. Comes a sprite that freezes enemies. Alright. And I have nothing for defense yet. Let's see. Hey there, my name is Kenny, and I'm here to help you remember your favorite set of relics, arcana, and outfits. Why don't we take a quick picture right now to remember this moment? So you can save builds like that, that's cool. Sure, let's save a build. Cool. I'm gonna guess it will get really complex at some point. Boom. Alright. Here you can purchase stuff. Where's his movement speed? Do you just half the thing, or is it just for one run? I'm gonna guess it's just half the thing, right? So let's get some defense item. Right. Shock foes automatically enhances basic arcana. Raises movement speed. Like, for example, let's get these here. And then, can I go over here? Oh yeah, there it is. Equip it. Here we go. I'm trying to one day live the exciting life of a traveling artisan. There's so much to learn about all different relics found across the land. One important lesson to have learned is that some relics only truly shine when paired with another. It's all about building an effective collection. I see, so you can make combinations. And there you got some spells. Okay, interesting. You know what? I'm not gonna really buy anything right now because I already have a full set. And I just wanna just want to play the game, you know? Ah, okay, so here you have different outfits. Also cool stuff. Halt! Only wizards who have been invited to participate in the Chaos Trials are allowed to pass this point. Or you're the last minute entrant. The council has informed us of your arrival. You are free to proceed. Okay. What's this here? Weird. Well, let's just jump in. I just want to play the game right now. And there has been enough dialogue. And we're gonna die. We're definitely gonna die. It's just how these kind of games work. You die and you get better, and you get better equipment. So this is the shopkeep. You can buy stuff with gold during the run. Okay. The buttons have changed, and so I got confused. Oh, damn it. Okay, let me quickly change this. For some reason it has changed. It has swapped and don't want that. So there we go. This dash, this is his tag. Okay. Jeez, let me out there. There's so much going on. Get out of there. Well, you can't really expect much from me from a beginner. This is pretty much expected. I take a lot of damage. The next fight is probably gonna be fatal. Let's see. Probably gonna explode. Hello. Ah. Okay. Also, I can't really talk all that much while I play this game. I definitely noticed it requires a lot of concentration. But at least there is some downtime in between fights. And I can take my time. I don't have to go anywhere right now. There is no timer or anything. So that's good. I don't have to constantly be focused. Oh, okay. I want to stay in melee range just for short amounts of time. Okay, and that archer wasn't really able to do anything while it was in melee range. It's also good to know. And there's a shop, okay. I have coins. That's a chance to fire off a pair of dragon arcs when using basic arcana. Designed by Artisan Court. This relic reduces cooldowns but also reduces signature charge rate. Enhances your dash arcana. Lowers its cooldown. I don't have a cooldown on my dash, so that's pointless. Increases resistance to fire-based attacks. Okay. And designed by artists, blah 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 blah. This relic triples the critical hit chance for all melee arcana. That's good, but I can't afford it. But there's a healing potion, so let's choose this. Okay. And this is what? Alright. Just teleported me back. This... oh, this is the shopkeep. Never mind. Cool down, buddy. I'm also gotta learn all of these enemies and what they do and how they behave and what works best against them. Also remember, use ledges. Very useful. Also I cannot just run off a ledge. It's also good to know. Is there a way to look at the map? That's a whole... well, okay, there is the button. Okay. I gotta go up here. Ah, okay. This is what I missed. Alright. I'm getting better. Oh, hello. I guess I slash you. Blast me away with us. Oh, with this. Okay, so here it really depends on DPS. Okay, cannot do this. I think I cannot really do that. Yeah, okay, well, whatever. I guess this is the boss. Well, let's go, I suppose. There's nothing else on this map. Not really. There seems to be maybe something, but not gonna go all the way back. Ah, jeez. Ah, damn it. Alright, I see. Keep my distance. Ah, damn it. Okay, cool. Actually did it. I beat my first boss on my first run. Stage 1 cleared. Basic damage, spell damage, defeated, big damage taken, gold spent. Okay, it also keeps track of the time, I suppose, but it doesn't really have any effect of my rewards, so at least as far as I can tell. Let's see then. Alright. Let's go north again. Hello, buddies. Ah, damn it. Don't die to those guys, come on. Uh-oh, this is not good. Oh dear. A little heal at least. Good. Ah, this seems to be a trap. Ah, damn it. Wasn't able to dash fast enough. I guess that's what they mean by cooldown. It's just the time in between the dashes. So might be worth it after all. Okay, so for the first run, not too bad, I would say. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't have any point of reference. Here I can adjust things. It's a lovely day for nostalgia, isn't it? Would you like to relive your trip in the museum? I guess I can go back to the tutorial? Okay, don't really need that. This seems to be my house, where I have all of my collections. And then you go over here and get to the market. Very nice. And the shops are always changing every single time when you come back. Okay. Well, next up I would like to have a new cloak, because the one that I have on right now doesn't give me any bonuses. But that would be a good thing. Max health and decreases cooldown. That's a good general one to have. Run speed, evade chance, gold gain and gem gain. Maybe this one? Just to grow faster, but I don't know how much of a gain it is, that's the thing. Would it be worth it? I have to invest 75 gems into it. How fast am I gonna get that amount back? That's the question. And I don't really trust it, so one of those. Run speed and evade chance are both pretty good. And max health is kind of like eh. Let's get this one, sure. Whoops. It keeps on changing my layout. I hate that. Just remember this here, okay? Please. Yeah, that's not the right one. Okay. You were the one, right? Yeah. Bam. And oops. How about we save that set? Oh no, that's not the one. Yeah, this guy. Okay. No, don't load build, save the build. Yes, there we go. And also please remember the button layout, okay? Leave the dash on B. Please. Confuse me every single time. Alright, I'm gonna go back to painting. Because more than half an hour has passed and I don't wanna spend all the time with playing this game right now. Well, I would like to, I really would like to, because I like this game a lot. It's really cool. It's really fast and it's definitely not easy. Beginners are gonna die really fast during the first run, and I'm surprised that I was able to beat the first boss at least. So I think that's pretty alright. But as I said, I have no idea. Maybe it's pretty normal that people beat the first boss and maybe make it even further than I did. Who knows? But yeah, it's a really cool game. It looks neat. The tutorial was interesting. Where you kind of like go through a museum at first and you hear all of these lore bits and interesting information about spells and equipment. But it's presented as, you know, museum attractions, and that's a cool way to introduce it. And then you're teleported into this other world where everything that you've been told in the museum is actually true. Adventure! It's neat. It's very neat. I like it. I feel like that could also be a good plot for a simple anime or something like that. If not, if it is already the plot of an anime, that is. Well, anyways, let me see. So I'm gonna guess it just autosaves. Right? Are you sure? Yeah, it doesn't ask me because... So I'm gonna guess it just autosaves. That's cool. That's really neat. Alright. Ow. Also, if I keep sitting for too long, then my butt is gonna hurt, so that's also not good. Bam, bam, bam. There we go. We're back. And I'm also remembering to change back the category. Let's go back to art. There we go. I still have the correct tags. Wonderful. So let's paint a little bit more. I can still do more. And there's not gonna be another break, so when I need a break, it's gonna mean that that will be the end of the stream. So let's see. Because it's also getting quite late over here, I don't wanna ruin my sleep schedule. Alright. Let me... some. The throat needs it. Also, I already see somebody that I would like to raid later. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. So let's do just some more smudging. Pretty straightforward. I'm also gonna add these shapes here that I've been talking about. Make it even spookier looking. But yeah, I definitely like the idea of having some gaming breaks in between painting every now and then. It's definitely a good idea. Because I now feel so much more energized now. Maybe a little bit too energized, considering how late it is. Oh well. I will definitely work on this painting until next stream. I'm not gonna start where I will leave it today, because I'm definitely not going to be able to finish this painting in just 2 streams. There's just too much detail work that I put into this right now. So yeah. In between streams, I'm probably gonna... I'm gonna do a lot of this smudging work because it's very tedious after all. Like, it will get very tedious, and like, look how much I've done so far. And yeah, it's gonna take a while. So let's do this also off stream. Doesn't have to be all of it, but at least some. And then I also want to draw the skeleton hand that comes from the sky, from this portal. Because yeah, I'm gonna need to look up references for that, because I don't know how to draw a skeleton hand. And yeah. Also, I'm gonna come up with some ideas for what to put here on the ground. Trees, a ritual, circle, and whatnot. We'll see. But I'm having fun with this idea. You know, as a kid, and in general, when I was younger, I didn't really care much for Halloween, to be honest. Halloween isn't really that big of a thing over here anyways. But yeah, I just never really cared all that much for it. I mean, just the TV program changed a bit, and there were Halloween episodes of cartoons, and for example for The Simpsons stuff, you know. It was silly to watch, but never really cared all too much about it. But when I got older, I started to appreciate Halloween more and more, just simply because I don't know, it's just a fun time. It's a fun holiday. Just be spooky and silly, and yeah. Especially when you enjoy it with friends, you know. Watch some horror movies, play some games. What I'm also doing here is I'm constantly changing the size of this smudge brush here. At first to kind of like do the large areas just to establish kind of a gradient, and then make it smaller in order to give it more texture and add these wavy shapes and stuff. And I can switch pretty easily and quickly by just holding a button and then just dragging the circle in order to make it larger and smaller. Very simple. Feature that I do appreciate a lot. It's alt control, by the way, on Clip Studio, if you wonder. I have it assigned to just one button. Oops. Don't touch the light. That's not a good idea.
kitty. You're back. Dude. Yes, it did. That's the kitty now. Louis.
It was just my controller using the Bluetooth connection. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it right here. There is a lot of detail work to be done. I definitely overdid it a little bit again. It's just hard to tell when I first established the shapes, but at least here in this upper right corner, it's slowly getting somewhere. And then at the lower part of the skies, it's gonna be done really quick because it's just gonna be very smudgy and kind of blurry because it's very far in distance, so don't need to do all that much detail work for it. But yeah, well, as of right now it doesn't look like much because I mean it's just a couple of weird shapes and they're curving into this green area over here. No idea what's up with that, huh? But we'll get there. We'll get there. So it was definitely productive. We did good work. Now then, next stream is gonna be most likely next week, unless something wild comes in between, but it shouldn't. Until next stream, I'm going to do more work on that. I'm going to do most of the smudging, if not all of the smudging work. So what you see in the upper right corner should be the whole thing. I'm also gonna add the skeleton arm. Not so sure what I will do with the lower part of the painting, if I will also do that or not, we'll see. Might just work on the sketch, we'll see. But that's the plan. I will get it done until next time. I don't know when exactly the next stream is gonna be, but it's also not gonna be at the end of next week. Because, you know, depending on how far I get, I don't wanna be too late with my art prompt until the next one comes out. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. If you also want to join the art prompt, you can join the Discord server and just share what you've drawn or painted, and it's free for everybody to join. So yeah, I would love to see more artworks. It doesn't even have to be drawing or painting, it can be anything actually. It's just an incentive for you to be creative, that's all. Kitty? There is Kitty. And that's pretty much it from me, so we are going to rate somebody, a very wholesome person. Yeah. I see they're playing Genshin Impact. Not too interested in that game myself, but the person is very wholesome and precious, and it definitely deserves more viewers, so we're gonna go over there. If you are on the YouTube side, please hop over to Twitch. The link should pop up pretty soon. There's a little bit of a delay over on the YouTube side. Alright, there's my message, and then there will also be the link from Nightbot, I hope. Yeah, it should show up pretty soon. So hop over on Twitch. We're gonna do a raid, which means we're going over to another streamer and share the love. Oh, is he already done streaming or no? Can't be right. Just doesn't show up in my list for some reason. So there we go. You can post a message or not, it is completely up to you. Let me open up this here. Start the raid. Seems like it's gonna be a one-man raid, but oh well. That's fine. Yeah, so that was a nice stream. Hope you're gonna have a lovely day or night wherever you are, and see you next time. Bye.